Well, again, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the 3rd Annual Cattlemen's Congress, a show managed by cattlemen for cattlemen. Together, we've created a lasting legacy here in Oklahoma City, and we are proud to have each and every one of you here with us. We're excited to get started this morning in Ring 1 with your Junior Lim-Flex and Limousine show. We are going to start with the Lim-Flexes. First in will be Division 1. In the Galvey ring, we'll be in Ring 2 today. We'll be starting with Galvey bulls, followed by Balancer bulls. For those of you joining us this morning, we're excited to welcome our judge in Ring 1, Mr. Gerald Callahan of Edmond, Oklahoma. He's currently the president of Express Ranches. For those of you sitting in the stands, let's put our hands together and give Gerald a big warm welcome here in Jim Norick. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting ready over here in Ring 2 to start your Galvey Bull Show. We'll go ahead and let Gerald give his reasons on his first class, and we'll introduce you our judge over here in Ring 2.
Well, first off, it's a pleasure to be here this morning. We've got a nice class to start off with. I think the cattle on paper, these heifers read real nice. 3 June entries. I think there's certainly differences where they're at in terms of their maturity, how far along they are. We chose to use the young lady's heifer here. I like her depth of body, her softness. I like the angulation to her shoulder and the way she comes off her front end. I think a female that's not as angular up in her front end, carrying a little more condition than the heifer in second, but I like the amount of body and mass and performance that she has and the spring and depth of rib that she possesses. And I think she's very acceptable on her feet and leg and probably has an advantage, in my opinion, over the other 2 heifers in that regard. The heifer in second, just exquisite up in her front end. Tremendously long fronted, really high tying in her neck to her shoulder. You have to really appreciate that about this heifer. Brought to us today pretty green. Of course, she's a June heifer, and we'd expect her to be pretty green at this standpoint. If I could change her, I'd like to just rock her back on her shoulder a little bit. She gets just a little bit straight up there on that front knee. Maybe as you look at her, just make her a little softer down there in her pasterns. A lot of shape to this heifer down her top, really a nice hip and a beautiful front end. I'd just like to soften her up in her structure off her front end and maybe give her a little more forerib. And certainly the heifer in third of the young ladies has that advantage, a really deep rib, easy doing kind of heifer with a lot of body volume to her. If we could change her as compared to our first two, she probably doesn't come to us with quite as much quality and eye appeal. I'd like to change her a little out through her hip and off her hind legs. She wants to get a little close at the hock. Real nice class to start the day off, and let's give these young people, they got up early, a nice round of applause, if you would, please.
Well, congratulations in our first class over here in your Lim-Flex show. First place will go to back number 9003, SC Cora 521K, exhibited by Ava Miller. Second place in that class goes to back number 9000, BULN KD 58KET, exhibited by Bo London. And third place in that class, exhibited by Peyton Schmalschloff. Next in, we have our second class here in Division 1, Lim-Flex.
Well, good morning. It's again an honor and pleasure to be here at the Cattlemen's Congress and get started here in our Galvey show this morning. Really nice Red Bull to lead off. These late spring bulls, both to me, have some trade-offs. I love the power, the substance, the ruggedness of this bull that it leads off. Just a long-sided, just bold-made, big-bodied, really square-made bull. I like the way he handles his hind leg. Just maybe a little square and truer than that bull we have in second. And I think with that kind of mass, still proportions pretty good. Young man's black bull we have in second. I think his best days obviously are ahead of him, and time will tell how this pair will sort out. But a good pattern bull, you like the smoothness he presents you, just a really nice look from the side. I think at this age he still has some substance there through his middle. Just like to maybe see him just a little more down the road in terms of condition. I would square him up a little bit in the way he comes ground on those back too.
Well, congratulations in our first class over here in your Galvey ring. First place, go to back number 8177. Congratulations to Abigail Shobe. And second place in that class goes back number 8175. Congratulations to Braxton Murray. Well, at this time, we would like to introduce to you our judge today in Ring 2, Mr. Blake Nelson of Platte City, Missouri. Blake is the Executive Vice President of the American Maine Jew Association. He grew up on a small eastern Oklahoma commercial cow-calf operation. As a junior exhibitor, he showed cattle. He started his collegiate experience at Connors State College and finished at Oklahoma State University, where he was a member of the championship livestock judging teams and worked on both schools' cattle operations. After graduation, he had the opportunity to go back to Connors in 2000 to be an instructor and livestock judging coach. From 2005 to 2015, he was the Connors State College Director of Farm Operations and Livestock Coordinator position, which involved overseeing the bull test station, 250 head cow herd, beef show team, and working with the nationally competitive livestock judging team. Blake has production experience working with many breeds. Personally, Blake and his wife, Ruth, have been blessed with 2 children, Paisley, who is 15, and Brigham, who is 11. His children are very active in 4-H and showing cattle in Missouri. For those of you here in Jim Norick, let's give a warm welcome to our judge today, Mr. Blake Nelson.
A real interesting class here. Got a lot of differences in these May heifers, and probably some of you like them a little different than I do, and I think it's a class that has that potential. I think at the end of the day, the heifer that I think puts the most good things together in terms of quality, kind, performance, and data is the heifer that we're starting the class with. Is she the most attractive one on the side view? Probably not. But as you analyze her, I think she's one of the better structured heifers in the class. She's a big volume, high-performing heifer that has a lot of dimension as you look at her from behind down her top and maintains that out from her hooks to her pins. I think she gets around the ring good on her feet and legs. If you could change her, you'd make her a notch more attractive up front and take a little bit of that throat off of her, but really from a production standpoint, it's probably certainly not a negative. The heifer in second is immaculately presented. Really catches your eye. I love the way she's made in her shoulder and the way she's back at her knee, and I think she has that advantage over all other entries in the class. For me, this heifer gets a little rounder in her makeup as you look at her from behind, and I think a heifer that gives up quite a bit in terms of the data. I'd like to improve her there and maybe just change that tail head just a little bit. Really like the body in this heifer in third. Beautiful fronted, high tine in her neck from her shoulder, good in terms of her spring of rib and depth of body. I'd like to change this heifer off her hind legs and out through her hip. I think she gets a little blow in her pin placement, and those hocks, I'm really concerned about the way she handles her hocks and how that potentially will affect her longevity. Really a long-bodied, growthy, lengthy heifer that's clean-made here in fourth. As we compare her back to the ones ahead of her in class, though, she needs a little more depth of rib. Just soften her up in terms of her body, give her a little more volume and substance of bone. Nice class. Again, if you would, let's give them a nice hand.
Well, congratulations in our second class here in our first division of Lim-Flex females. First place will go to back number 9005 TUBB MKNA Kira 280 KET, exhibited by Ty J. Freed of Fairbury, Illinois. Second place goes to back number 9004. Congratulations, Brenna Bartlow of Monticello, Illinois. Third place in that class, back number 9007, Carter Cornegie of Tulsa, Oklahoma. And fourth place in that class will go to back number 9006. Congratulations to Eliza Truell. Now in the ring will be Class 3. This will be another class here in Division 1.
Well, as we get here in the second class on the Galvey side, a really powerful individual to lead off with. I think this Red Bull comes out here and one that just strikes you for having a presence of growth, performance with some true wit, substance, balance as we get him to the side. And still, as you watch him go, I think he's still sound enough on those feet and legs and the way he travels. It looks like he's athletic enough. If anything, he's just a tick bigger in terms of frame. I might just tone him down a nickel there, but really nice bull to lead off this class. From there, 2 and 3 is a closer decision. I do like the moderation, the softness of middle, and length of stride in this black bull. I think he's one you sure like for having just a little more fullness to him all the way through. However, I think when we do get him on the profile, he starts maybe coming apart a little bit right there in behind his shoulder. and maybe drops his pins a little bit on the stride. But when we do get him pulled together, he is one you can like for his practicality and what he brings to the ring today. Young men's third place bull coming around the corner. Again, a bull I like awfully well for his length, his symmetry, his balance. Really nicely put together, highly fit individual. For me, he's a bull I like in terms of having some roundness to his rib. I'd like to just drop a little more depth of heart and mid-rib in him a little bit. Hopefully that'll come with some age. He'll mature on out because the balance and parts are sure there. Might give him a shot more bone to match up with that muscle shape he brings to the ring. Young ladies, light red bull coming out next. He gets
At this time, we'll bring in those firsts and seconds, and our judge, Mr. Blake Nelson, will select his first division champion reserve.
I think this class is pretty challenging for me. This heifer we're starting with, she's probably all the bigger frame she needs to be for her age. I'd like to moderate her just a skosh, but I think having said that, you got to appreciate a lot of things about her. She's got a tremendous underline to her in terms of maintaining her rib depth from her forerib back and her rear rib and flank. I like her out through her hip extremely well. I like the way she transitions from her shoulder into her forerib. And so I really like the body and the structure on this heifer. I think she's the best made in terms of feet and legs in the group. I'd like to stretch her out just a little bit in her neck, and maybe at this stage of the game she's carrying all the conditions she needs probably at this stage of the game. The heifer in second is most like her in class, but I think that's still a close pair in second and third. I'd like to see the heifer in second have just a little more slope to her shoulder as we look at her on the side view. She has the advantage back over the first place heifer and being just a little cleaner in her neck and her throat there. But a heifer that I'd like to just make her angle up a little better in her front end and be just a little softer as she goes off those front knees and ankles. But certainly a heifer with a lot of performance and a lot of volume to her. Beautifully presented heifer here in third. And there are a lot of things I really like about this heifer. She's the most attractive on the side view in her front end. Really like the way she ties from her neck into her shoulder. Like the angle that this heifer possesses to her shoulder. I'd like to see this heifer a little better down her top line As you look at her, she gets a little low in her middle of her back and maybe a little up in her loin. And then the heifer gets a little pinched in her forerib for me. I'd like to see her better there, just a little deeper through her heart and a little more spring. She gives up the growth of the first two heifers in the class. I think she's still probably big enough frame, but I'd just like to change her in her heart and her top line. The heifers in fourth and fifth are pretty nice females as well. I thought the heifer in fourth had a little advantage in depth of body and total volume and performance. The heifer in fifth, a long-bodied heifer, a little greener made, probably not quite as flashy as the heifers that we have above her in class because she doesn't quite possess the bone and the depth of our top end. But another real nice class here in the Lim-Flex show.
Well, congratulations in Class 3 over here in your Lim-Flex ring. First place in that class will go to back number 9013 PCC JKSM Fantasy 506 KET. Congratulations to Tyler Thomas. Second place in that class goes to back number 9011 TSSL Simply Irresistible ET. Congratulations to McKenna Hoppa. Third place will go to back number 9008. Fourth place, 9009. And fifth place will go to back number 9012. Next class in Ring 1 is Class 4 here in Division 1.
Well, as we get in this first division, our Galvey show, really nice group of bull calves. For me, I think are two class winners. I like just the extra mass and shape they bring to the ring today. For me, the older bull just probably holds together a little better in terms of his pattern. You like his extension, his smoothness, and still opens up with some real power. For me, I'd be the first to tell you, I'd tone him down a notch in terms of frame, but in terms of quality and good, he's going to be our champion today. I like that black bull out of that older class. In terms of his practicality, I'm going to follow him for reserve. Let's give him a hand.
Well, congratulations in our first division over here in your Galvey Bull Show. Congratulations to your Spring Bull Calf champion, back number 8182. That'll be Circle S Ranch of Canton, Kansas. And reserve champion in that division goes back number 8184. Congratulations to Hilltop Farms of Asbury, Missouri. We'll now bring in Class 4. These will be winter bull calves born January to February of 2022.
Well, there's a nice set of heifers in this class, and I think they're fairly close from top to bottom. The heifer we chose to start with, she's not the stoutest heifer in the class, but I really like her in terms of her skeletal makeup. I think she's really good as she goes around the ring on her feet and legs. I like the condition that she's brought to us in. I just see a lot of quality, a lot of kind in this heifer, good in terms of her depth of body. Love her smoothness from her shoulder into her rib, and I just think there's a lot of cow potential in this female. Heifer in second, as we've already alluded to, a heifer that's probably a little stouter in her makeup. Yes, she's carrying a little more condition, but I think she could go along with that. She's a little longer bodied. She's a little bigger top. She's just not quite as well put together up in her front end and her shoulder and the way she blends into her heart. Probably doesn't get around the ring quite as good as the heifer we're getting into class with, but you got to appreciate her length, her substance, her power, her spring of rib. I think third and fourth's a pretty close pair. The young lady does a really nice job showing this heifer in third. She's a big bone, big four-armed heifer that's got a lot of shape to her top. I'd like to change her in her tail head just a little bit, but I think a heifer that's sound, pretty powerfully constructed. I'd just like to smooth her up a little bit and change her in that tail head region. And certainly that is an advantage that the fourth place heifer possesses. I like the way her tail head sets in her quite a bit better. She's a real thick, very muscular heifer when you view her from behind, but she gets a little chuffy up in that front end, and maybe just a little coarser made than I like. I like to just make her a little more feminine, stretch her out a little bit up front.
Well, congratulations in Class 4 here in your first division of Junior Lim-Flex females. First place will go to back number 9,018. J6 Caitlin 696 KET. Congratulations, Kinley Collum of Guthrie, Oklahoma. Second place in that class goes to back number 9,017. PRFK JAW Nelly KET. Congratulations, Julia Weber of Harrodsburg, Kentucky. Third place in that class will go to Sadie Grace Eggers. And fourth place will go to Ashley Schrag. Now in the ring is Class 5. This is another class here in Division 1 of your Junior Lim-Flex show.
quite as long and extended as this bull we have in second. You love the cleanness through his throat and his chest and the neatness he has down his top line. This bull in second here has that nice look from the profile, and still, for being a bull with that kind of look, has some sure muscle to him. I'd like to give him a shot more bone and just to match up with the rest of his body there, maybe just open him up a nickel in that forerib. But again, a high-growth bull that has a lot of good and quality to him, just don't have quite that sturdiness down low we find in our class winner.
Well, congratulations in Class 2. This will also be your junior yearling bull champion. Back number 8200, Butler's General Lee J207ET. Congratulations to Butler Creek Farms of Milton, Tennessee. Reserve champion will go to back number 8199. Congratulations to the Ivers family. We're now going to bring in your final class of Galvey bulls. This will be Class 16, 2-year-old bulls born January to August of 2020.
Well, we get down to this oldest class, and I tell you what, it's just been an extremely good show for not having just a ton of numbers, but good quality. And here in this last class, you bring an individual at this age to look that fresh and that good and still maintain his athleticism is impressive. This bull, to me, checks a lot of boxes. Extremely nice in terms of his genetic profile. Good spread from birth to yearling and added growth in him. And then we look at him visually, and he's one you ought to like pretty good. I think the parts come together quite well. He combines that with mass and substance, a ton of ruggedness, and like I said, still for that size, that weight, one that can get around and move plenty, clean enough in his joints, and good for me, good in his testicular development as well. Really nice individual in this class.
Congratulations. This will also be your champion 2-year-old bull. Back number 8202, Hilltop's Hawkeye H064. Congratulations, Hilltop Farms, Asbury, Missouri. At this time, we're going to bring in all of your division champion and reserves, and our judge, Mr. Blake Nelson, will be selecting his champion and reserve grand champion, Galvey Bull.
Well, let's give them a nice hand over here. This is a really strong class, really good heifers all the way from top to bottom, and I think the exhibitors and breeders should be proud of this set. And on paper, as a group, they read pretty good as well. Heifer we're going to choose to start the class with from her shoulder back. I really like this heifer. If I could change her, I'd raise her up at the point of her shoulder, probably stretch her out just a little bit in terms of her neck. But I love her body dimension, her volume. I like the way her hips designed. I like the way she gets around the ring. She's pretty easy on the move. She's back at her knee, and she's got some flex to her. But I think a heifer that's got a lot of cow potential, a lot of body, and a lot of volume to her. The young man's heifer in second, quite a bit greener in terms of her condition, and I like her probably a little better in her neck and her cleanliness up there. But a heifer that I see a lot of potential in. She's a nice hipped heifer. Yeah, we'd smooth her out just a little bit over her tail head, but she's sound. She's got good spring of rib. I think a lot of quality and a lot of design to that heifer. This heifer, a young man had to fight her quite a bit in here, but this is a pretty solid kind of female. She's got good length of body. She's got a ton of volume and capacity to her. Really good down her top line. Probably like the way she sets in her tail head and her hip as good as any of these top 3 heifers in class. And I just see a lot of usefulness to this female. Yes, you'd neaten her up a little bit in her front end and make her a little more attractive. From the side view, really nice heifer the young lady has here in 4th. She doesn't have the dimension of the top 3 heifers in class. When you get in behind her, a little flatter through her rib, doesn't have quite the width of chest, quite the volume that we have. And I'd also, as you look at the paperwork on this heifer, I believe that she's up there a little bit in terms of birth weight, EPD. We'd like to moderate that a little bit. She does a really good job of showing her. I'd just spring her a little wider through her forerib and give her a little more dimension. Next heifer in class has that advantage back over the previous heifer. Doesn't have quite the length, not as attractive up in her front end, but really a deep-bodied, big volume kind of female that has the potential, I think, to make a pretty nice cow. Next heifer in class, I think a heifer that's pretty well made. I'd like to deepen her up in her flank and change the way she is off that hind leg and the way it sets in her just a little bit. But a heifer that's very well presented. Young lady does a really nice job showing her. Next 3 heifers in class I still think pretty good in their kind, but as we compare them probably to our top end, don't have quite the balance and the eye appeal of our top heifers, but really a strong class and a lot of really nice females in this class of Lim-Flex females.
Well, congratulations in Class 6, first place. We'll go to back number 9031, SSUL 2412 KET, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan. Second place, and congratulations to Ben Spencer with J6 Caitlin 685 KET. Third place in that class, we'll go to Brock Freed of Fairbury, Illinois. Fourth place, we'll go to back number 9028. Congratulations to Michaela Jo Massey. Fifth place in that class, congratulations, Caitlin McKenzie Ayers. Sixth place, we'll go to back number 9030. Seventh place, we'll go to back number 9034. Eighth place, 9035. And ninth place in that class, 9027. Now in ring 1 will be Class 7 here in Division 1 of your Junior Lim-Flex show.
Well, as we get out of here for our Champion Galvey Bowl, really nice lineup. Extremely pleased with both the division champs and reserves. Real quickly, coming out of that first division, that Red Bull there in that particular division, I think he's one just patterns up as good as any in terms of profile. Extremely long and smooth made, still combines that with some genuine thickness to him. Relative to his age, you might tone him down a notch in terms of frame there, but I think that's a nice individual there and is going to mature quite well. The next division, Division 2, extremely competitive in those 2 cattle. I think both these bulls are special in their own way, but for me, the Red Bull in that particular group just outmoved him today. He just flexes and goes. You love the practicality through his midrib. I think still with that proportion's okay, and yet I still might just tune on him a little bit in terms of his tail, head, and chest if I'm getting picky on one, but I love the scrotal size in him. I like the soundness and freedom and movement. Next bull in the lineup, that bull was maybe a little more fired up in class, but settling down quite nice now. Just got there because of his usefulness. I think he had the structural advantage in that pair, although he's not perfect. And you like the extra rib he has and thickness there. I'd be the first to tell you I'd set him back in that knee and smooth him up on the profile. The next division, again, a nice pair of bulls in that particular group. The bull that leads off is just a little more my speed in terms of moderation, power, and with that, I think was even still more correct in terms of his structure, his extra bone and foot size, the way he came to the ground. This bull right here, when he does finally relax and you get him on the profile, you can appreciate the proportion he puts together. He's really clean-fronted. You like the power and substance he has and what he brings to the ring today as well. Certainly a player out here in this group. And then you got the big bull, and this one walks in, and to me, just one that gets your attention to see a beast that size. And some may say, well, he don't step his track. Well, if you're that long-bodied, you're not going to hit your back heel and your front hold place. It's just not going to happen. He flexes and moves quite adequate for me. Got a lot of style and power. He's going to be our champion Galvey bull.
Well, congratulations coming out of your final division, your grand champion Galvey Bull here at the Cattlemen's Congress, going to Hilltop Farms, Asbury, Missouri, with Hilltop's Hawkeye H064. And congratulations, your reserve grand champion Galvey Bull here at the Cattlemen's Congress. Congratulations to your junior yearling champion, Butler Creek Farms, Milton, Tennessee, with Butler's General Lee, J207ET. Again, congratulations to our Galvey Bull exhibitors. We are going to take a brief photo break, and we'll go right into your Balancer Bull show.
Well, I think for me, this is a pretty close top pair between the two young ladies' heifers. I like the young lady in the red top. I like the smoothness, the depth of body. I like the way she blends from her shoulder back into her rib and the way she's made out through her hip a little better than the heifer in second. I'd like to see this heifer relax her top a little bit. At times, as you watch her go, she wants to get up in her loin a little more than I like, and probably need to rock her back consequently and her shoulder just a little bit. But I love her mass, her rib, her volume. I think she's really excellent there. And I like the way she's made out through her hip and her muscle design as well. Young lady's heifer in second really got a lot of good things about her. A powerfully constructed heifer, probably has the advantage in bone and substance over the heifer that we're starting the class with. I like the way she holds her top on the move just a little better than the heifer that we're beginning the class with. I'd like to just smooth her up in her shoulder and maybe just make her a little fresher up there in that front end as we compare her to her top heifer. But this was a pretty close pair. I think this heifer's sound, but she's a little long-toed. As you watch her, she gets maybe a little, I really like this, but maybe she just about overdoes it in terms of getting a little squishy there on her rear pasterns. Usually them kinds stay sound pretty good, but she's the point that you kind of get a little bit concerned about it. Nice heifer here in third as well of the young man's. Reads good on paper, a heifer that's got some quality to her. Doesn't have the mass, the spring of rib that we find in the top pair. And if I could change her, I'd just bold her out a little bit, make her a little wider as we look at her from behind. But three real nice females in this class.
Well, congratulations in Class 7 first place. We'll go to back number 9042. MLP Classy Chassis ET exhibited by McKinley Palmentary of Durant, Oklahoma. Second place and congratulations to Sadie Grace Eggers of Humboldt, Kansas. And third place in that class will go to Kaysen Kaiser. Now in Ring 1, we're going to bring in Class 8 here in Division 1 of your Junior Lim-Flex show.
well in this class. I think these top three heifers are pretty close. The heifer, though, that I think puts the most good things together, probably the combination heifer. Young lady's heifer we're starting with. A lot of rib to her. Very attractive heifer, I think, on the side view. I love her depth. I love her spring. I think she's made nice down her top line. She's not the heaviest boned heifer in the drive here, but I think a heifer that's good enough on her feet and legs, gets around with some flex, got some angle to her shoulder. But I would probably, as you compare to the next couple heifers, stouten her up in terms of her bone work just a little bit. Heifer in second and third, I thought that was a real close pair. The heifer in second, a little more moderate in her makeup than the heifer in third. I really like this heifer on the stand in terms of her freshness and her eye appeal. As she goes, we'd change both of these heifers up a little off their rear wheels. This heifer at times wants to rock up a little more on that rear pastern. I'd like to change that about her and just make her a little bit softer there. I think she's a very well-balanced heifer, very proportional heifer as we look at her on the side view. And as she walks away from you, looking at her from behind, I like the way she is down through her hocks a little better than the heifer that we have in third. Heifer in third's the framey heifer in the class, the longest bodied, I think, female of the group. Heifer that you have to appreciate her performance, you have to appreciate her length. I'd like to see her a little different behind. She wants to bow a little in that hock, in my opinion. And as we compare to the top two heifers in class, she cuts up in her flank a little bit. I'd like to extend her body depth a little better back in her rear rib and flank as we compare to the top two. Heifer in fourth, I think a real well-balanced heifer that's got some quality to her, good shape to her top, a good hip to her. She get in a pretty fast track out here with these top three. And as we compare to them, she's given up a little bit in performance and probably lower forerib. Heifer that we have in fifth is a pretty long-bodied heifer, a little finer made, doesn't have quite as much to her as our top heifers in class.
Well, congratulations in Class 8. First place, go to back number 9,052, J6, Caitlin 631 KET, exhibited by Riley Morris of Walnut Grove, Missouri. Second place went to back number 9,054, JC Smith of Decatur, Arkansas. Third place in that class, exhibited by Braxton Chaplin of Fredonia, Kansas. Fourth place will go to back number 9,048. Congratulations, Caitlin McKenzie Ayers. Fifth place in that class, and congratulations, we'll go to back number 9,049. We're now going to bring in Class 9. This will be your second to last class here in this division. Well, in ring 2, we're going to bring in your first class of balancer bulls. This will be Class 1 spring bull calves born May to June of 2022.
Well, as I get started here in the Balancer Bull Show, a nice summer-born bull here, single entry that comes out. You like him in terms of providing you a really nice profile, really extended through that front third of his body, and just everything blends together quite smoothly and nicely as we transition into his top line. He's a bull with that. He has some width up high, just, pretty green yet in his rib, and he should be. Don't quite have that substance down low. I would be the first to tell you, I'd like to see him just flex that hock and soften that pastern just a nickel on those back two. But certainly a bull here that has some presence. Young man does a nice job on the halter.
Well, congratulations in Class 1 over here in our Balancer Bull Show. First place to go to back number 8215. Congratulations to Emma Ann McDonald. We're now going to bring in Class 2. These will be spring bull calves born March to April of 2022.
Well, the heifer we're starting with in this class. By the way, this is a really good class here. Again, you're having a strong show. I think a lot of quality. Some real good heifers that I like real well that aren't winning the class. I think there's a lot of depth over here, and I certainly think everybody should be very proud of that. This heifer that we're starting with, this heifer can scoot around the ring. If you want to watch one, I don't know if she's made perfect on her feet and legs, but she really flows when she gets out and moves. She's long-strided, fills her track. She's back at her knee. She comes at you just a little bit pigeon-toed, but this heifer can really move with ease and comfort. As you look at her on the stand, a heifer that's really thin in her neck, long down her top line, big hip to this heifer. Two things that I might correct about her if I want to pick on her a little bit. I'd see her transition better from her shoulder back into her heart. I'd spring her a little wider right there in her forerib and probably give her just a little more depth right there. And the other thing is I'd moderate her on paper on her birth weight EPD just a little bit. I really like this young man's heifer in second. She's a little bit shorter coupled. I'd like to lengthen that hip out in this heifer, but I really like the body and the balance of this heifer. I think she's got a lot of good to her. She just needs to be a notch longer for me to really fall in love with her, but I love her balance, her strength atop, the way she's turned out through her hip. I think she's got about the right amount of bone for a heifer at this stage of the game, and just really got a lot of good to her. This next three heifers I thought were the challenge in the class to sort. This next heifer, you'd probably clean her up if you want to pick on her a little bit there in her throat. But when you analyze her, she's got good length of body. She's good in terms of her net depth. She carries that back well into her rear rib and flank. She moves good as she goes around the ring with some flex, and I think she's got a lot of doability to her. The heifer that comes next in class, I think her advantage over her, she's a little longer-bodied heifer. This heifer really gets in your eye when you study her, and young lady does a nice job of presenting this heifer. A good haired heifer that really has a lot of eye appeal because she's pretty thin in her neck. She lays in pretty nice from her neck to her shoulder. She's got good bone to her. When you get on top of this heifer, she might be just a little bit disappointing in terms of her width down her top and right in behind her shoulder. You'd like to spring her just a little bit wider. And consequently, the next young man's heifer is a big, broody heifer, a lot of length, a lot of dimension of this heifer. I'd probably like to clean her up. She's pushing quite a bit of grease there in her front of her shoulder and down into her brisket, but I love her length of body, and she has that advantage back over the two previous heifers. I'd just clean her up condition-wise and make her a little more attractive up front. Next heifer is cleaner made than the previous heifer, but a heifer that comes up a little short as we compare to the balance of the class with regard to just total width and dimension and substance of bone.
Well, congratulations in ring one. Results of class 9. First place to go to back number 9,059 PBRS Fantasy Carrot 221 KET, exhibited by Tenley Elmore. Second place in that class will go to back number 9,056. Congratulations to Ben Spencer. Third place will go to back number 9,058. Fourth place, back number 9,055. Fifth place in that class, back number 9,060. Sixth place, back number 9,057. Now entering ring 1 is your final class here in Division 1 of our Junior Lim-Flex show.
Well, as we get out here in this class, really nice top trio of bulls in this particular group. And with that being said, this bull calf we lead off with, to me, he kind of combines those two cattle behind him and just puts a lot of good together. We study him, and he's one that, to me, does a great job combining masculinity at his age and still having that nice look and the way things tie together. Transitions very neatly from his neck, shoulder into his forerib. You love the top line, the hip and hind leg he sets in him. This bull, to me, is certainly adequate there in terms of depth of heart and the way he carries it through his flank. Good angle to his sheath underneath. Just really solid there. He's not the thickest one in this bunch. That belongs to the bull in second, but I think he's certainly got enough muscle for me. Young ladies, bull we have coming in second. 2 and 3 were close, and I think they're just at a little different stages in terms of condition where they're at. Time will tell because those are both good cattle. But for me today, this bull we have in second has some unique pieces to him. You love the extra base width in him, the boldness of body and back and hip. And with that, still pretty clean about his neck. He does open up a nickel there in his lower shoulder, which you'd expect with that kind of power. Just maybe don't have that flexibility and soundness we find in our class leader. But I think that's a powerhouse, and I love that shape to him. The bull in third, awfully good bull. And to me, his future, he's just going to keep getting better. Just of those three, probably the one that's the greenest yet in terms of his heart and his rib. But that's a bull there that has some presence and look from the side. Really like the neatness and top line in him as well. He's a big bone calf. This one has some width. Just out here today, a little more tucked in his forerib and flank. Not quite as free in the way he handles that front knee and shoulder when he gets out on the stride. Young ladies, bull coming out next. You got to love the potential calvings he projects in terms of his data, combined with the shape and look. Really long neck, smooth shouldered, really a smooth made kind of a bull there that strides out pretty good. Obviously, with this bunch, he just gives up too much in terms of just being a stouter built, wider base kind of a bull. But I think a bull there that certainly has some usefulness to him.
Well, congratulations over here in the balancer ring. First place in Class 2 will go to back number 8218. Congratulations to T-Bar S Cattle Company of Billings, Missouri. Second place in that class will go to back number 8221. Congratulations to DTK Cattle Company. Third place, back number 8220. And fourth place will go to back number 8219. We're now going to bring those first and seconds in, and our judge, Mr. Blake Nelson, will be selecting his Champion Reserve Spring Bull calves.
Another good class, finishing up, I guess, the last class in this division. Heifer we're starting with, a big, stout, powerful kind of heifer with a lot of body and dimension to her. If you're going to pick on her a little bit, she's got a nice neck. You'd just stretch it out a little bit up front. I like the way she gets around the ring, and I thought she kind of sorted to the top. Next two heifers, I think, are both really good as well. We gave the advantage to the heifer in second because I think she's a little stouter boned, a little bigger bodied, a little deeper in her heart, and carries that back into her flank. I think a real nice heifer in her own right. I think she's sound. I think she's pretty correct in terms of her kind. I don't think she's got quite as much to her as the heifer that we're starting the class with, but a real nice female in her own right. Beautiful heifer, beautiful presentation and showman on this heifer in third. Really like, she's really angular up in her front end. If you want to talk about one that's really sweet up in their neck and their shoulder, it'd be this heifer. But as she compared to her top pair, I just think she's given up a little too much in terms of substance. As you get around in front of her, she's a little narrow in her chest floor, a little finer in her bone. And if this heifer goes ahead and develops and gets bred and bellies down, I think she's got some future to her because she is very attractive in terms of her side view. The heifer in fourth, probably the biggest heifer in the class in terms of frame and length of body, really a long-topped heifer. But to go with that, I'd just like to see her deeper. I'd like to see her have a little more balance and depth of rear rib and flank.
Out here in this first division, our balancer bull show, just again, some nice class winners. You got the red bull out, the youngest one there. You love the pattern he presents you, and again, a bull that at that age just needs to be a little heavier yet, and he has time. But I would like to see him maybe just move a nickel better out of that hock and just give him more substance to compete with these older bulls. You got that pair out of that last class, and again, I really like that trio in that class. I think all high-quality bulls. This one that leads off that class, just a really good individual, a nice powerhouse bull there in second. I'm going to stick with the older bulls for our division and reserve division champions. Let's give them a hand.
Well, congratulations over here in the balancer ring. Your spring bull calf will come out of Class 2. Congratulations to T-Bar S Cattle Company. And reserve champion also coming out of Class 2. Congratulations to DTK Cattle Company. Back over in the Lim-Flex ring, congratulations in our final class here in Division 1. First place went to back number 9,063. Ratliff Keep Up the Charm and Trace Falkenstein. Second place in that class was exhibited by Paisley King. Third place exhibited by back number 9,061, and fourth place went to back number 9,065. Now currently in ring one, we're going to bring in all of those class winners and seconds, and our judge, Mr. Gerald Callahan, will be selecting his champion reserve out of Division 1.
Well, I've been impressed with the quality. I hope you have been. And let's give all of our first and seconds a nice round of applause, if you would. There's a strong show, and there's some really nice heifers that didn't make it back out here. And I've been real impressed with the quality and the depth and the kind of cattle that has come back out here. And I think hopefully you can see that we're trying to use them that are sound and have some body volume and some balance to them. And you still got to have some muscle in them. And we had some that probably needed a little bit more today. But I think as a group, the thing that I was impressed with was the quality, the depth of rib, the body volume, and the soundness. And certainly there's varying degrees of that within this whole group. But we're not going to take a lot of time. There's a couple heifers that, well, there's actually more than that, but there's two that I thought stood apart probably. But we're going to pick our champion and reevaluate for reserve. But in this division, we're going to use this heifer right in front of me for champion. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations over here in your junior Lim-Flex ring, your division champion here out of our first division. Congratulations, Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Second place in Sarah's class, moving into her hole, was Ben Spencer. Well, and congratulations back over here in the Lim-Flex ring, your reserve in that division coming out of Class 10. Congratulations to Trace Fulkenstein with Ratliff, Keep Up the Charm. We're now going to get started with your second division here in the Junior Lim-Flex show. We'll be bringing in Class 11.
single entry in this class, we have a December heifer. I think a heifer could stand quite a bit of competition. A heifer that's got a good length of body. Really like her down her top line, turned nicely out through her hip. Stands down on a pretty stout kind of hind leg. Congratulations. She's their only entry, but she's a heifer that could be a class winner among several.
Well,
we're getting quite a class of bull calves here, really deep set. I think there's high-quality bulls all the way to the very last one in this particular group. But the bull that leads off here to me, there's pieces and parts down the lineup you like, but he's the one that kind of blends them all together. This is a bull for me that combines a rugged, masculine build with enough balance and proportion. He's a pretty long-sided bull, but he is one, as you get him to the ground, I think moves as true as anybody, particularly in the way he handles that rear skeleton. Up front there, maybe toes out just a nickel, but for that being said, that's a bull that opens up true in his heart and forerib, carries it back awfully well, and to me, proportions out. The next two bulls in the lineup, both really long-sided bulls. I like the profile on the bull in second. I like the cleanness he has, the smoothest in lines. He comes at us with just a little more to him to the day in bull in third. He's a long-strided bull as well, but yet he still didn't have quite that base width and that substance down low we found in that class winner, but that's an awfully good bull there that certainly has some presence. And look, the bull in third, he's a little harder haired, and you look through that, that's a good bull. Today's probably not he's not 12 o'clock yet, but I see a lot of pieces in him that time could treat him awfully well because he's as sound, as athletic as any. Really long-sided, a loose-made kind of a bull. He is one I'd like to clean him up in that sheath. I'd sure open him up just a nickel more in terms of his forerib to power him up to make him more competitive with that top pair. This bull in fourth from his shoulder back, you like him as well as any. I mean, he's a bold-bodied, thick-made kind of a bull here that sets him out square and wide. I love those parts about him. As we turn him to the side, you can see he just gets a little shorter up through that front end, rocked a little more forward in terms of the straightness through his knee and shoulder. We'd set him back in both those spots to move him up any higher in the class, but a high-quality bull there that sure could transmit some power without sacrificing quality. The bull coming out next is one that, you catch him. He's got a quality build, a quality look from the side in terms of balance, really a long-sided, smooth-jointed kind of a bull there that gets out and moves athletically. Level-topped, deep-sided. Just you get in behind him, for me, he narrows too much in terms of his base and his muscle. I'd like to open him up all the way through. The bull coming out next is on the other end of that spectrum. He has as much thickness and power as any. Really a big hipped kind of a bull here that's bold-centered. You love that thickness in him, the dimension of bone, but with that more opened up and round through his shoulder and his hip. I'd like to free him up in the way he travels out of his pastern and his knee. The bull coming out next, another bull that's useful in his kind. He's sound enough on his feet and legs. He has some depth of body and center to him. Just a little off in terms of being a little deep and waisty through that front end. A little lower set kind of a bull that gets outmassed in this particular group. Then the bull that wraps up the class. This is a bull that has some symmetry to him. Just simply needs to have a little more dimension all the way through to run in an awfully tough set. Let's give him a hand on an excellent class.
Well, congratulations over here in Ring 2. We have the results of your winter bull calf division. Champion that division will go to back number 8230. Congratulations to the Judd Ranch Incorporated of Pomona, Kansas. Reserve champion in that division will go to back number 8224. Congratulations to Rochelle Anderson of Jamestown, Kansas. Now entering Ring 2, we're going to bring in Class 6. These are senior bull calves born November to December of 2021. Back over in the Lim-Flex ring, results out of Class 11. Congratulations to Karina Schmalshoff of Avon, Illinois with CELL 1572JET. Now in Ring 1, we have Class 12 here in your second division of junior Lim-Flex females.
Well, single entry here in our December bull class, and I think one that could hold his own against plenty because this is a quality individual that presents you a really nice look from the side. You like his smoothness he has from his shoulder back, offers you some true depth in his heart and the way he carries it, has some width as you get him behind him. Good in his scrotal development as well. You know, where you change him up is maybe just the way he comes to the ground on those front two, wants to really rock his shoulder and knee up front there. I'd like to set him back and see him just move out more relaxed in the spine. But on the stand, that's a bull you can sure appreciate.
Well, congratulations over here in ring 2, first place in class 6. Go to back number 8233. Congratulations to the Ivers family. We'll now bring in class 7 senior bull calves born September to October of 2021.
Well, I think really another really nice class. This is a set of November heifers in this class, and I think this heifer we're starting off with does so quite handily. Really, as you look at her, she's really well balanced, very proportional as you look at her from front to rear. I like the way she blends from her shoulder into her heart. I like her down her top line. As you shape her out through her hip and down on her hind leg, and you see that give that she has down in her pastern, I think that's very desired, and I think she's got a lot of good things about her. Heifer in second, I think, is the most like her of any of the females in the class. She probably has a little advantage in length of body. This is a real long-made heifer. Got a lot of dimension to her top, a lot of dimension out to her hip. Maybe change her a little bit about her tail head and freshen her up just a little bit in her front end. The heifer in third that's we're having a little trouble with, really the deepest heifer in the class. Tremendously deep, big-bodied, really broody. Doesn't have the bone, probably of our top heifers or the muscle, but really a stout-made heifer. The heifer that we have sitting in fourth certainly has the advantage back over the previous heifer in terms of circumference of bone, really a stout, rugged kind of female. I'd smooth her up a little bit in her shoulder. She probably doesn't come off her front end, in my opinion, quite as good. The next heifer in class, a real pretty kind of heifer that really you like her eye appeal. She's pretty clean made. Probably needs to have a little more to her in terms of depth of rib and just spread her out a little bit in her chest floor and give her a little more heart to her. Next two heifers in class I still think are pretty nice kind of females. Probably don't have quite the eye appeal as you look at them on the side view of our top heifers in class, but this was a real strong November class. Congratulations to the exhibitors.
Well, congratulations in class 12 over here in the Lim-Flex ring. First place exhibited by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Second place will go to Easton Doshier. Third place in that class will go to back number 9070. Fourth place goes to back number 9075. Fifth place, 9074. Sixth place will go to back number 9076. And seventh place in that class will go to back number 9068. Now in ring 1 will be class 13 here in Division 2.
Well, as we get out here in this class, two really good individuals. I think both of these two have an awfully lot of good to them and some give and take. For me, the Red Bull today, just maybe a little more ready. There's just more to him all the way through, and it's not like you have to give up balance to get that extra substance to him. You love the way he opens up there in his forerib and his heart and the way he carries his mid-body. You get on top of him, he's big-backed, and that's where he really has a true advantage over this bull in second is the genuineness of shape and just overall mass. We turn him to the side, still balances up awfully well. Maybe not as extreme through his neck as that bull in second, but I think he's sure nice there and sure square moving on his feet and legs. This bull in second, to me, if this one just keeps maturing, he can give them all they want here in maybe even another couple of months because there is some outlier pieces in him, extremely flexible in terms of his structure, extremely long neck, and gives you that cool look from the side. Does it with a good scroll underneath him as well. Just don't have quite that heart and yet, but man, that one has some awesome pieces to him. I think that's a great pair of bulls there. Fun sorting those two, just like the one that's got a little more to him all the way through.
Well, congratulations in Class 7 over here in Ring 2. First place goes to back number 8236. Congratulations to Alexandria Rabb, Markle, Indiana. Second place in that class goes to back number 8234. Congratulations, Caitlin Cloud. We'll now bring in those first and seconds. Our judge will select his champion reserve here in your senior bull calf division.
Out here for this division again, a nice trio of bulls. For me, though, you go real quickly. These two older bulls, to me, just have some awfully good to them and some awfully unique pieces between the two. I'm going to go ahead and stick with them for champion and reserve division. Let's give them a hand.
Over here on the Lim-Flex side, close top pair, I think. We chose to use the slicker-haired heifer. I think she's got some advantages in length of body, a little nicer in the way her neck ties into her shoulder. She's a little cleaner down there in her brisket as well. And probably when you get on top of these two heifers, she's got just a little more stoutness out to her hip. And as she goes away from you, handles her hind legs with a little more strength. Really like the depth of the heifer in second. I think that's her advantage back over our first place heifer. She's deeper through her forerib, and she maintains that body depth back into her rear rib and flank. A little shorter coupled as we look at her on the side view. I'd clean her up just a little bit condition-wise as we look at her. But two real nice heifers that are close to place in first and second. Young man, still has a nice heifer here in third. Heifer that's really long-bodied, got some top to her. Doesn't have quite the depth and balance that we find in our top pair.
Well, congratulations over here in your balancer ring. We have the results of your senior bull calf division. Your champion will go to back number 8236, Alexandria Rabb. Reserve champion will go to back number 8234. Congratulations to Caitlin Cloud. Back over in the Lim-Flex ring, results of Class 13, first place, exhibited by Bentley London. Second place was exhibited by Morgan Jackson, and third place exhibited by Cage Hill Harris. Now in ring 1 is Class 14 here in Division 2.
Well, as we get out here with the single entry, a young man does a really great job presenting this big bull out here. He's handling him like a pro, and we study this bull, and he is one that, to me, has a lot of good breeding pieces to him. He's a big body, big middle kind of a bull that sure has some bone and thickness to him. I think he has some length and smoothness through that shoulder. If we're going to just tweak on him, I'd like to see him just move out of that back end just a little freer. Now, with that and all the phenotype he has, really balanced in terms of his data. I think a really strong genetic profile he has to go along with that. So certainly a bull here that combines a lot of value. Great job, young man.
Well, congratulations over here in the balancer ring. Your champion intermediate bull coming out of Class 9. Congratulations to Cole Brooks of Bennett, Nebraska. We'll now bring in Class 11. These will be late spring yearling bulls born March to April of 2021.
Well, we find a single entry here, but I think one that could give plenty all they wanted. Just a really good individual. This one comes in, and I don't care if we got a halter on them or we're kicking them out in big range and putting them on a group of cows. You got to appreciate what this bull brings to the ring. I think he's one that's sure athletic in his movement. He's big-footed rascal and flexes and goes and just keeps getting better as we go up from there. You love the massiveness, and just in terms of his rib cage, his dimension, he puts all that together, but it's still smooth. I mean, transition's extremely good there, shoulder, neck into the rest of his body. He's got just a nickel of chest, but that's a bull that age is going to have it. It doesn't detract from his quality. His balance is good. Just an extremely good individual there. Good in terms of his scroll as well. Just an awfully tough one there. I think sure going to be competitive.
Well, congratulations in our late spring yearling bull division. Your champion will go to back number 8238. Congratulations to Kyson Teal of Caw City, Oklahoma. We'll now bring in Class 13. These will be junior yearling bulls born January to February of 2021.
set of October heifers over here in the Lim-Flex show, and I think the heifer that starts the class does so because she's easily the biggest rib, biggest volumed heifer in the class. A lot of capacity in this heifer. I think she profiles pretty well in terms of balance and pretty nice up to her front end. I think she's appropriately conditioned. Two things I'd probably change about this heifer. Probably stouten her up in bone, and she needs to be just a little bit better footed up front. But I like this heifer in terms of her movement, but I would like to change her feet up just a little bit. The heifer in second, giving up some capacity, giving up some volume, but a very attractive heifer, a heifer that's good down her top line, excellent in terms of her length of body. I like the condition that she's shown in. If you could just change her, you just pull her down in that rear rib and flank, and that would really balance her up. That would really make her really close to the top heifer because she's got a lot of eye appeal. She's well presented. She's sound. Real nice female. Third and fourth are quite a contrast in terms of condition. The heifer in third's really green, big boned, got some really nice pieces to this heifer. She's got a lot of length and extension up front. She's good in her top. I think she's a heifer that really fills her track and can go around the ring. We'd just like to widen this heifer out from front to rear and give her more spring of rib, make her thicker and heavier muscle when we get behind her. We chose to use her over this heifer that's got a lot more capacity, a lot more width to her. This heifer is a little too overdone in my opinion. I'd like to clean her up, particularly through that front end. She comes at you. She's a little pigeon-toed, and I'd like to change that front-end movement as she comes at you. Not a bad heifer here in fifth, not presented quite like some of the rest of them, but a long-bodied heifer with some dimension to her. A nice class of October heifers.
Well, as we get in here and get into some of these older bulls, trade-offs in these two cattle, I think both good bulls. Obviously, that bull in second, maybe he hasn't decided, still hasn't decided if he wants to be a show bull there, but that's a good one. For me, the young lady's bull that leads off, really like this cat on the profile. I mean, he is a good-looking rascal, just really good in his neck set, the way it ties in his body, plants attractive hip and hind leg. He's a little more ideal in terms of his shoulder and his front knee structure. This bull, I think, with that pretty has some width. I'd be the first to tell you I'd like to give him just a little more mass right there through his heart and center body, and I think that's where the big bull has him. This big bull from the shoulders back, I like him a lot. He's a big back, thick-ended kind of a bull with a lot of bone and foot size to him. You like the mass through his rib cage. Once you just get a little more out on those front two, a little more mass at lower shoulder, sets them out a little straighter and on the edges up front. But with that kind of thickness and mass, still pretty clean about his neck. So some unique pieces in both of them. I like the other bull just a little smoother and sounder out here today, but a nice pair of cattle.
Well, congratulations over here in the balancer ring. Your champion junior yearling bull will go to back number 8240, Big Shooter 604 JET. Congratulations to Cody Brown and D-Bar L Land and Livestock and Casey Brown. Second place in that class and reserve in that division will go to Easton Bose of Orleans, Nebraska. We're now going to bring in Class 15. These are senior yearling bulls born November to December of 2020. Well, back over here in the Lim-Flex ring, we have the results of Class 14. Congratulations. First place in that class will go to Auto Jelly 223 JET, exhibited by Josie Wilkins. Second place in that class, exhibited by Britt Drake of Guthrie, Oklahoma. Third place in that class was exhibited by Carly Mae Harris of Lawton, Oklahoma. Fourth place went to Ella Elizabeth Snyder. And fifth place, congratulations to Barron Mitchell. Now in ring one's your final class here in Division 2. This will be Class 15.
This is a nice class. This is a early September division, or class, I should say. Real nice effort to start the class, and I think she sorts herself to the top quite easily in here. She just kind of overpowers the field in terms of body volume and soundness and correctness. When you really get to looking at this heifer, there's nothing major I can find that you'd change a lot about her. You could nitpick at her a little bit and maybe clean her up a little bit in her neck and blend her a little tighter maybe at the very top of her shoulder, but a very useful female. I like her soundness, her length, her performance, good down her top line, good out through her hip, still got something to her. It kind of puts a lot of good things together in my opinion. Heifers in second, third, this was a close pair for me. I like both of these heifers. I think there's differences in them. The heifer in second has the advantage in length of body. She's a more muscular heifer of the pair. She's probably got more extension up in her front end. The heifer in third, I like really good out through her tail head. I really like her in her hip. I think she's extremely well balanced and transitions very good from her shoulder into her rib. I'd like to stouten her up. She's pretty fine boned as we look at her out here and just give her a little more substance and maybe a little more length of body as we compare her to her top two. Probably the biggest footed, biggest boned heifer in class is the heifer in fourth. She's really sets down on a big old foot, got a lot of forearm, a lot of bone to her. I'd like to see this heifer have a little more width to her from front to rear. The way she moves behind, I think you could change that just a little bit, but certainly a heifer you got to appreciate some parts to her that are really good.
Well, as we get into these older bulls, a nice pair of bulls here, and you really just have to pick maybe what your program needs, how you'd go here, because I think they're both good in their own right. For me, the bull that leads off has that advantage in growth on paper, and we look out here and visually, I just like the fact he's just a little truer in terms of his composition. He's a really nice balanced bull that patterns up good and still maintains his masculinity. This bull, for me, where he really has the edge is how he handles those wheels on the stride. You know, he does move with just a nickel of extra set, but he handles them square. The way he strides out, he's true moving there, and I do like his advantage in composition. This bull in second, you do like the birth estimates on him. This is a massive bodied, thick-made kind of a bull. I like those traits in him. He's big testal to go along with that. But for me, this hard-haired bull, he just gets a little cow-legged on those back two, wants to throw his back out in terms of the way he sets that hind leg down. I'd like to stouten up his base and see him get out and move just a little freer there.
Well, congratulations over here in the balancer ring. Results of Class 15. First place will go to back number 8243, Chasing Dreams 65 H5ET. Congratulations to Green Hill Galveys. Second place in that class will go to back number 8242. Congratulations to Hidden Farms. We're now going to bring in your final class of balancer bulls. This will be Class 16. Back over in the Lim-Flex ring. Results of Class 15, your final class in Division 2. First place, and congratulations to Keely Campbell Schultz of Dansville, Georgia. Second place in that class, exhibited by Kennedy McCollier of Council Hill, Oklahoma. Third place in that class, congratulations to Ross Turner. And fourth place, Carly Favor. Now in ring one, we have all of our firsts and seconds, and our judge, Mr. Gerald Callahan, will be selecting his division champion reserve out of Division 2.
Well, young man brings our oldest boy out here in the balancer show, and we wrap up this show with the nice one. Study this one. I think he's just a real solid, fundamentally good bull. He's one that's good in terms of his muscularity and stoutness. He's good in terms of his rib cage and middle, good angle to his sheath as well, and testicular development. As we turn him to the side, maybe just has a nickel more shoulder and tail head in him than I'd prefer, but that's little stuff. On the big pictured items, he checks a lot of boxes, does that with a good spread, really nice in terms of his calving ease projection, and still combines that with some true growth and stoutness. Really nice breeding piece here for this young man.
Well, congratulations in Class 16. First place went Casey Brown of Dwight, Kansas, with Spiked for Life. 2099H. Congratulations to Casey. We're now going to bring in those firsts and seconds, and our judge will select his champion reserve here in your final division, the Balancer Bulls.
Well, we've had a nice senior calf fall division here, September's through December's. Single entry in one class and everything else had multiple entries. And I think it, like the calf division, we've had a lot of quality, a lot of good heifers out here. But there's two heifers that I really think, for me anyway, sort themselves to the top, and we're going to make them champion reserve. It's the second heifer in the lineup and the fifth heifer in the lineup. Congratulations to both of you.
Well, as we get out here in our last division of the Balancer Show, again, some good individuals that won their respective classes. This bull out of the younger class in this division, as I stated before, just presents you a lot of length, a real showy kind of a bull here that flexes and reaches and goes quite well. You know, with him, he is true in his composition. I appreciate that. Wish he had just a nickel more mass right there through his center body. But when you're that long-sided and you got to, you know, just look at what's there, and I'd see if he's got enough. I think he does for me, but that's where I'd make him better. Young man's oldest bull, as I just stated in that class. I love the body mass and the muscle he has. He's one that has a nice set of data, just maybe not quite as showy. I'd like to smooth him out in that tailhead and trim him up through that chest a little bit. I think that's a good kind of individual as well. I'm going to go ahead and use our younger bull for our division champion. I'm going to use the young man out of the oldest class for reserve. Let's give him a hand.
Well, congratulations over here in the Balancer ring out of your final division. Your champion coming out of Class 15, congratulations, Green Hill Galveys. And reserve champion, congratulations to Casey Brown. At this time, we're going to bring in all of our division champion reserves, and our judge will be selecting his grand and reserve grand champion Balancer bulls. And congratulations back over here in the Lim-Flex ring results of Division 2. Your champion goes to Sarah Sullivan, and reserve champion to Keely Schultz. Now in the ring, we're going to start Division 3, Class 16.
Have a single entry, but we have a really, really nice heifer out here. A heifer that's got a tremendous amount of rib and volume and eye appeal. Heifer that can stand a lot of competition. It'll be interesting when we get her back out here because this is a pretty nice female.
Well, congratulations in Class 16 over here in the Lim-Flex ring. First place will go to back number 9094, CELL 1401, JET, exhibited by Carly Payne. We'll now bring in Class 17 here in Division 3.
Another single entry, a June heifer. If you look at the paperwork on this heifer, it's pretty impressive. Got a nice set of EPDs across the board pretty much. A heifer that has a lot of depth of body to her, a heifer that gets around the ring good in terms of her feet and legs. I'm going to like to see a little more natural muscle and just leaning this heifer up a little bit. She's easy doing, and probably I'd like her a little better if she was just a little trimmer.
Well, congratulations in Class 17. First place will go to back number 9095. Congratulations to Baron Mitchell of Wellington, Texas. We're now going to bring in Class 18. This will be your final class here in Division 3.
Another single entry May heifer, really strong topped, a long-bodied heifer, like her down her top line. Tailhead sets in her, I think, pretty nice. Heifer that's got good springer rib. We might like to ideally deepen her up just a little bit, but we'll get her back out here in the champion drive. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in Class 18. First place to go to 9096, SC Julissa. 474J, congratulations to Turner Sanders. We're now going to bring in those three class winners. Our judge will select champion reserve here in Division 3.
Well, as we get out here for our Champion Balancer Bowl, just an extremely good lineup, folks. Really competitive, and through these classes, to me, there's always been some tough decisions. At times, there were some that just surfaced to the top. But we start with our calf, who's a true player out here, and go through the lineup, and you just see a lot of good and quality. For me, there's just one of these individuals, just totally impressive in terms of mass, athleticism, and just one to me that's good here or good out. If you want to take them to pasture, wherever you want to put them, this is good cattle. I don't care what they say in terms of practicality and putting it together with some style and balance. I'm going to go select your champion in just a second. Please put your hands together for a tremendous set of balancer bulls from these exhibitors and breeders. Great job, guys.
Well, congratulations, your Grand Champion Balancer Bowl here at the Cattlemen's Congress coming out of Class 11. Congratulations, Kyson Teal, Caw City, Oklahoma.
Well, over here in the division, I think three real nice class winners, single entries each and all. The heifer, though, that I think kind of stands out is the heifer at the front of the lineup. She'll be our champion in this division. I think the decision for reserve gets a little closer, but the math's awful good, and I know I'd like to clean her up a little bit, but I'm going to use the heifer right behind her for reserve. Congratulations.
And congratulations, your reserve grand champion balancer bull coming out of our spring bull calf division. A big congratulations to T-Bar S Cattle Company. With T-Bar S, we the people, 1077K. Again, congratulations to all of our bull exhibitors. Special thank you to our judge, Mr. Blake Nelson. We'll start back in the ring at 1 o'clock with your Galvey and Balancer female show. Correction on that. The female show over here in Ring 2 is going to start at 2 p.m. Again, 2 p.m. for the Galvey female show. That'll be at 2 o'clock in Ring 2.
Mic test 1 2. Mic test 1 2.
Back over in the Lim-Flex ring, we do have the results of Division 3. Your champion was exhibited by Carly Payne, and reserve champion in that division exhibited by Baron Mitchell. In just a moment, we'll resume back with your Lim-Flex show. We'll be starting with Division 4, Class 19.
Nice class of heifers here. Only 4 entries. These are all April heifers, and they're all good. Real nice set, I think, from top to bottom. I really like this heifer we're starting with, and I think she sorts herself to the top. Big-footed, stout bone, sound, deep, balances up good. You can pick on her maybe for a couple things, but this is an awfully nice female here to start this class with. Second and third, I thought, was the decision in the class, and they've each got advantages. The heifer in second, really deep, longer bodied, a lot more depth of heart, and she maintains that back in her rear rib and flank. I like her better in her shoulder. For me, the deciding factor was movement off the hind legs and the pasterns, and I give that advantage to the heifer in second. Because the heifer in third, I really like this heifer on the stand. She's long topped, she's strong topped. I really like her balance. She's cleaner up in her neck and her chest than the heifer in second. The thing that disappoints me a little bit is the way she comes off her rear pasterns. And as compared to the heifer in second, I'd deepen her up a little bit through her heart and back into her flank. Still, young man's heifer in fourth is a nice female as well. Long-bodied, clean-made kind of heifer. Got quite a bit to her in terms of muscles. She just needs to have a little more body and dimension. Maybe have a little more slope to her shoulder as we compare to the top end.
Well, congratulations in Class 19 over here in the Lim-Flex ring. First place will go to back number 9097, Ratliff Jailbreak, 137 JET, exhibited by Michaela Jo Massey of London, Kentucky. Second place will go to Tanner Curtin. Third place in that class, exhibited by Haley Drake. In fourth place, Alex Cunningham. We're now going to bring in Class 20 here in Division 4.
Well, three heifers, and this is a tough class for me. Don't mind admitting it. Heifer we're starting with, she's all the bigger she needs to be for her age, I think, but she's really massive in terms of her rib and volume. I really like that about her. I like her about her top line. To carry as much condition as she's carrying, she's still pretty nice in her neck and down into her chest. What I struggle with on this heifer is I'd like to change her movement off her front end a little bit. She's laboring a little bit up front, and I'd probably just tone her down just a little bit in terms of condition, but there's a lot of good in her. She's extremely attractive. She's well balanced, well presented, huge amount of volume and rib and mass to this heifer, and I certainly appreciate that about her. Young man's heifer in second, I probably like her condition quite a bit better than the heifer in first. She too has a really nice top line, I think, in her. She doesn't have the attractiveness up in her neck and her head that we find in the heifer that we're starting with, but I think she's a real good, useful heifer. If we could make her just a little fancier fronted, I think she could go a long ways. And this was a close pair for me, and we chose to place them this way. I really like the heifer in third, too, on the stand. She's really proportional, really well balanced, really got a nice top line in her. The heifer struggles, though, a little bit on the move. She just needs to be freed up. She's given up some substance of bone to the top two, but the big thing that we'd change is just lengthen her stride out a little bit. She's just moving just a little stiffer than the top two heifers in class.
Well, congratulations in Class 20. First place will go to back number 9107, TASF Java 509J, exhibited by Sage Hanrahan of Okarche, Oklahoma. Second place in that class, exhibited by Colton Thomas Herman. And third place will go to back number 9108, Kinley Cullum. We're now going to bring in Class 21 here in your final division of the Lim-Flexes.
We're going to go ahead and use the February heifer. that hasn't calved yet. These are late Februaries, and I think she is starting to show. I might like to see her just a little farther along, but I like her balance, her mass, her volume better. But I am always prone to use the one that you get to see in production. I'd just like to see more to this female. She does have a pretty nice udder. She's done a pretty nice job with the bull calf at side, but I'm a little concerned with her ease of doing and whether her potential to breed back here a little bit. So we're going to use the young man's heifer at the front of the line. As you evaluate her, she's very well balanced. She's correct structurally, I think, and really a nice female to start with.
Well, congratulations in Class 21. First place to go to back number 9115. DL Jezebel 610 JET, exhibited by Ben Spencer. And second place in that class will go to back number 9113. We're now going to bring in your final class here in our Junior Lim-Flex show. This will be Class 22.
Single entry in this class, January, showing pretty heavy, I think, in terms of calf. I asked, she said about 30 days away, or I guess that's what I guessed, and she agreed with anyway. But a long-bodied, real powerfully designed heifer with a lot of dimension to her, a lot of things you can really like about her. I think when she calves, maybe we question the diameter, maybe to her teats. We might like to see them just a little neater. But a real nice female is a single entry in this January class.
Well, congratulations in our final class of Lim-Flex females. First place to go to back number 9117, SHSK Stella 100 JET, exhibited by Skylar Ward of New Paris, Ohio. We'll now bring in those first and seconds, and our judge, Mr. Gerald Callahan, will be selecting his champion reserve out of Division 4.
Well, I think we've got four real nice heifers out here. There's quite a bit of difference in terms of size, and I tend to let size float a little bit and try to pick the ones I like the best in terms of balance and structure and composition and volume. I think as you look at this set out here, they're all four pretty good in their own right. Then as we look at the reserves, what we're going to do is pick a champion, and then we're going to pull the second place one in and reevaluate a little bit. But the heifer at the front of the line will be our champion in this division. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in Division 4. Champion coming out of Class 19. Back number 9097, Ratliff Jailbreak, 137 JET. Congratulations to Michaela Jo Massey. Second place in her class, exhibited by Tanner Curtin. And congratulations, your reserve division out of our final division will go out of Class 22, 9117. Congratulations, Skylar Ward, New Paris, Ohio, with SHSK Stella 100 JET. Congratulations to all of those exhibitors at this time. We're going to look to see your champion reserve out of our four divisions, and our judge, Mr. Gerald Callahan, will be selecting his grand and reserve grand champion Lim-Flex females. Well, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, it's my pleasure to introduce to you our division champions here at the Cattlemen's Congress in your Junior Lim-Flex show. Your champion coming out of Division 1, congratulations to Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa, with SSUL 2412 KET. Coming in out of Division 2, a big congratulations again to Sarah Sullivan with MKLN 1105J. Coming in out of Division 3, your champion in Division 3 was exhibited by Carly Payne of Sharpsburg, Maryland. And last but certainly not least, coming out of Division 4, a big congratulations to Michaela Jo Massey, London, Kentucky, with Ratliff Jailbreak 137 JET. For those of you in the stands and standing back in the holding area, let's put our hands together for all of our Junior Lim-Flex exhibitors here at the Cattlemen's Congress.
Well, first off, my compliments to the breeders and the exhibitors. This has been a really, really good show. A lot of really good cattle. I'm very pleased, as I guess I should be, with the ones we have back out here in the Champion Reserve lineup. Let's give all of our Lim-Flex exhibitors a nice round of applause for an outstanding show. Quality's deep. As you go through, we try to keep them sound, and I like a lot of body volume to them, but I still think they need to have some thickness and width, and I think doing cattle have some muscle to them, and I think it's still important. And so I think as we look at these four heifers at the front of the line here, they all have that. I'm going to look one more time and then select your grand champion, but I've enjoyed doing it because the quality has been really, really good. Congratulations. Love you.
And congratulations, your grand champion, Junior Lim-Flex female, coming out of Division 2. Congratulations, Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. And congratulations, your reserve grand champion, Lim-Flex female, here at the Cattlemen's Congress. Congratulations, Michaela Jo Massey, London, Kentucky, with Ratliff Jailbreak 137 JET. Again, congratulations to all of our Lim-Flex exhibitors. We are going to take a brief photo backdrop break, and we'll return right away back with your Junior Limousine show. Well, it looks like we are about ready to get started back here with your Junior Limousine show. We'll be starting with Division 1. This will be Class 23. There'll be 4 entries in this class.
Well, in this class, we're going to start with a heifer that I think has the advantage in terms of depth of rib, and I like that about her as compared to the heifer in second. The heifer in second, certainly of the young ladies, is the heavier muscled heifer of the pair, and she's the longer-bodied heifer of the pair, but I think this heifer has a lot of future. I like her thinness over the top of her neck. I like her sweep to her rib on her underline, and I like her levelness out to her hip. The heifer in second, as we've already stated, a longer-bodied heifer that's got a little more muscle to her. I'd like to change her up a little on her hind leg movement as she goes away from you. She gets awful wide there at the hock. But really, young lady does a super job with her. Really like the length that she exhibits. I like the stoutness that she has. Third and fourth, two heifers that are pretty green in their makeup today. The heifer in third, I think, is better balanced than the fourth place heifer. Got a little more substance to her. The heifer in fourth just needs a little more time on feed.
Well, congratulations in our first class of Limousin females, first place. We'll go to back number 9126, Braxton Chaplin. Second place, exhibited by Bevan Lynn Birchie. Third place in that class was exhibited by Allison Runnels. In fourth place, Siddeley Portwood. Now in the ring is class 24 here in your first division of Limousin females.
Well, I think a fairly close top pair. We're going to use the young man's heifer just a little farther along, a lot stouter today, a lot more spring to her rib as we look at the pair. She's deeper down in her flank and a little stouter boned, I think, as you look at these two heifers and evaluate them. Heifer in second's got a really nice front end in terms of thinness of neck and high in her neck attachment, and a heifer that's a little greener today. I'd like to change her a little bit out to her hip and down on her hind leg just a little bit, and she's fighting her a little bit, and I think when this heifer relaxes, she could show herself a little bit better. The heifer in third's just really green conditioned. It just needs a little more time. I think the lines are pretty good in this heifer. She just needs pushed on a little bit, and I think she'll get pretty good.
Well, congratulations in Class 24, first place. Go to back number 9128, TASF CLAC Karma 639K ET, exhibited by Ben Spencer. Second place in that class was exhibited by back number 9129, Sadie Claire Cartwright. And third place in that class, exhibited by 9127, McKenna Rubright. We'll now bring in Class 25 here in Division 1.
we're going to give up a little size and performance in here and use the young man's heifer. I think she's put together a little better for me. I think she's a better balanced heifer, blends better from her neck into her top line. Probably a little bigger boned heifer when you analyze her forearm. She carries her body depth better back in her rear rib and flank than the bigger heifer does that's in second. Heifer in second does have a distinct advantage in length. She's also thicker, I think, down her top and got certainly more WDA, weight per day of age. But I'd like to see that heifer hold herself together a little better and change her in her shoulder and out through her rump.
Well, congratulations in Class 25. First place to go to back number 9130. KVLN Knockdown 2207 KET, exhibited by Kaysen Kaiser of Lufkin, Texas. Second place in that class, back number 9131. Congratulations to Brooklyn Ann Ludens. We're now bringing Class 26. This will be your final class in Division 1.
Got a single entry in this class, a heifer that excels in terms of length of body and extension. Really long out her front end, long down her top line. Sits down good, I think, on her rear feet and legs. If you could change this heifer, you'd just like to body her up in relation to her frame a little bit. But we'll see how she stacks up as we get her back out here in champion and division.
Well, congratulations in Class 26. First place going to Delayla Lauber of Hillsboro, Ohio, with FC Kiki 265K. We'll now bring in those firsts and seconds, and our judge will select his champion reserve here in Division 1.
Well, the two heifer calves I prefer, the two at the front of the line, both first place winners. We're going to use the young man's right here for champion and the one right in front of him for reserve. Congratulations to both of you. She's going to be interesting. I don't know what I think of her.
Well, congratulations here in your first division of Limousin Females, your champion. We'll go to back number 9128, TASF LAC Karma 639 KET, exhibited by Ben Spencer. Reserve's going to come out of class 23. Congratulations, back number 9126, SC Kiera 522K, exhibited by Braxton Chaplin. We'll now look to start Division 2 here in the Limousine Show, bringing class 27.
really nice presented December heifer. A lot of balance and a lot of eye appeal to this female. I like the shape that she exhibits down her top and the way she's turned out through her hip and down into her stifle. I like that. If we could change her as she's come out here, I might like to just free her up a little bit in terms of her movement and give her a little more length of stride, but I love her balance and her eye appeal.
Well, congratulations in Class 27. First place go to back number 9139. Tucker Parkinson with PC Journey 111J. We'll now bring in Class 28 here in Division 2 before entries in this class.
This is a class of October females. I think it's fairly close here at the top end of this class, but you know, the heifer we're starting with, I just see her as being a little cowier. She's deeper in her forerib and carries that back into her rear rib and flank. I like her a little better through her heart. I would like to take just a Scotia condition off this heifer. I think for this age, she's carrying all the condition that she needs. And one of the things that I do like better about the heifer that we have in second is, for me, she's a little more correctly conditioned at this stage of the game. I like her length of body. Let's pull her down a little bit in her flank. She cuts up a little bit more there than I like, and I'd rock her back just a little bit in her shoulder. I like the heifer on the stand in third. She's a heifer that's got more body like the heifer that we started the class with. On the go, she struggles just a little bit in terms of mobility. I'd like to just free her up a little bit and change her up a little bit on her hind legs. I like her smoothness. I think she's a heifer that blends in from her neck to her shoulder nicely. She's got some turn to her rib cage. A lot of good things about her, but I'd just change her a little bit in her movement. In fourth, we have a real muscular topped heifer, but she needs a little more body and a little more depth to go with that.
Well, congratulations in Class 28, Division 2, first place. We'll go to back number 9143, TASF Jersey Girl 569 JET, exhibited by Sage Hanrahan of Oak Archie, Oklahoma. Second place in that class was exhibited by Garrett Walden with Ratliff Jaslyn 1102 JET. Third place in that class, we'll go to back number 9146, Colt Parkinson. And fourth place, congratulations to Brant Gazaway. Now in the ring is Class 29 here in Division 2. This is your final class in Division 2.
September entry in this class, real attractive heifer on the side view. I think very proportional. Got a lot of balance and eye appeal to her. We'll see how she stacks up when we bring her back out here in the champion drive.
Well, congratulations, Class 29, first place. Go to Carter Cornegie of Tulsa, Oklahoma, with TASF Just the Best 566 JET. We're now going to bring those first and seconds in and select a champion reserve in Division 2.
This may be as tough a division for me as we've had. I think all three of these heifers are certainly in contention, and I think they probably all have certain distinct advantages over the other. At the end of the day, though, the heifer that I think has the most quality, the most big-time potential, is the heifer at the front of the line, the youngest one, and she's going to be our champion in this division. We're going to follow with the one right behind her for reserve. Congratulations to both of you.
Well, congratulations in Division 2 here in your Limousine show. Your champion coming out of Class 27. Congratulations to Tucker Parkinson. And reserve champion comes out of Class 28. Congratulations to Sage Hanrahan. We're now going to bring in Class 30. Class 30 will be your only class here in Division 3.
Nice pair of heifers, but the one we're going to start with, I think she does so pretty handily. Really a lot of volume, a lot of dimension in this heifer. I love the amount of body and the springer rib. I really like her outer hip and the way her tail head sits in her pretty nicely. I think she's got lots of angle and cushion to her joints and to her pasterns. Some might think a little too much, but I think it's really good because she gets around the ring good. If you want to get nitpick on a really, really good heifer, for me, you might just lean her up just a little bit. The heifer that's in second place in this class, really a long-bodied, long-topped heifer as well. A heifer that just lacks the dimension and the volume of the heifer that we're starting the class with.
Well, congratulations in Division 3. Your champion will go to back number 9150, TASF Justice Classy 541 JET, exhibited by Claire Kessler, Crawfordsville, Indiana. Second place in reserve in that division will go to back number 9152, Ratliff Just Dandy 195 JET, exhibited by Ashley Schrag. Now in the ring is Class 31 here in your next division.
Well, three real nice heifers in this class, and they're April yearlings. And I think the heifer that we're starting with, the young man's, does so fairly easily. She just kind of overpowers the heifer in second in terms of total mass and volume and dimension. She's heavier boned, she's bigger bodied, she's heavier muscled. If we could change our heifer we're starting with, a couple things we might tweak on her just a little bit, take a little of that chest out of her and maybe change her just a little bit over her tail head. Second, third, I thought was a close pair. I really like the freshness of the heifer in second. She is really nice fronted, very angular, but she's given up a little bit in terms of bone and muscle to the heifers on either side of her. She's a real good topped heifer. I think she's got a lot of quality and eye appeal. At the end of the day, I liked her skeleton and her structure a little better than I did the one in third. Granted, the young lady's heifer in third's a very powerful heifer with a big forearm, big-footed. I just like to smooth her up and change her over that shoulder and tail head.
Well, congratulations in Class 31. First place will go to back number 9154. COBN Jesse's Girls 010, exhibited by Corbin Robbins. Second place in that class, going to back number 9153, Carly Mae Harris, Lawton, Oklahoma. And third place in that class will go to back number 9155, Aaliyah Hazel Byers. We're now going to bring in Class 32 here in your final division of Limousin females.
Well, it's a nice class of March females, and I sincerely mean this. All of these heifers have some advantages over the other. Heifer we're starting with, big bone, big footed, sound moving. I like she's pretty lean, but because of that bone and everything, you'd just like to maybe see this heifer just a little softer, maybe in her makeup. She's long, she's well balanced, she's big forearmed. She's attractive on the side view, but just maybe if you want to pick at her a little bit, just soften her up just a little bit. The heifers in second, third, I think, have that advantage over her probably. They appear to be that way. And I think this is a really close pair for me to place. The heifer in second outmeasures the heifer in third. She's bigger bodied, she's heavier muscled, she's bigger boned, she's longer bodied. But I'd like to change the neck on that heifer in second. And as she's starting to make udder, I question her teat placement just a little bit as well. Both of these heifers, if as compared to her heifer in first, you would just free them up a little bit in terms of their movement. The heifer in third, when you get her by herself here, this is a real well-balanced female. You got to like her eye appeal. She's very proportional. Yes, she's given up some length and some bone and some stoutness, but this is a good female in her own right, and I think has the potential to make a real nice cow.
Well, congratulations in Class 32. First place will go to back number 9158. Boss Lake Miss Molly, 131 JET. Second place in that class is going to go to back number 9160. Congratulations to McKenna Hoppa. And third place in that class will go to back number 9159. We're now going to bring in your final class here in our Limousine show. This will be Class 33.
Single entry this February heifer, nice heifer. I think structurally put together real well. She's got some shape to her rib and comes out of her top with some spring of rib and some body to her. She's starting to show with calf, in my opinion. If you could change her, you might neaten her up a little bit up front and change her a little bit out through that hip and tail head region. But this is a nice female, and I think will stack up pretty well in the champion drive.
Well, congratulations in Class 33. First place exhibited by Bentley London with BNTL Java. We're now going to bring in those firsts and seconds, and our judge will select his champion reserve here out of your final division.
I think in this division, three real nice heifers out here. I think they've all very deserving. They've all pretty stout made, pretty high volume kind of females, and I think you get around the ring with some soundness and some ease. I think it's a pretty close decision out here. The heifer though that suits me the best is the heifer right in front of me. She'll be our champion in this division, and this heifer right here will be a reserve. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in our final division of your Junior Limousine show. Your champion will go to Ellie Rossler with Boss Lake Miss Molly 131 JET. And reserve champion in that division goes to Bentley London. Congratulations to both of those exhibitors. At this time, we are going to begin your final drive here in our Purebred Limousine show. We'll be bringing in all of those division champion and reserves, and our judge, Mr. Gerald Callahan, will be selecting his champion and reserve grand champion.
Well, I hate to interrupt that music there, but first off, my compliments to the breeders and the exhibitors. And at this time, we've had, I think, a good Lim-Flex show and a good purebred Limousine Junior Heifer show. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice round of applause. Also like to thank these young ladies that have been helping in the ring. They've done a really nice job. They've been super to work with. Really appreciate it. I think the show is run really smooth. And I think as we get back out here, we haven't had as many numbers in the purebred side as we did in the Lim-Flex side. But we've had some good cattle here, I think, on the top end. And I think this decision for champion is probably a little closer than it was for me in the Lim-Flex show, because I think there's some, you know, if you want to mix and match here a little bit, you probably can in terms of where you put your emphasis and priorities. And so what we're going to do, we're going to select us a champion and then pull out the second place one, a reserve, I guess, division out of that and look at them again. But the heifer I like the best is the one right here on the end of the line, and she'll be our champion. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations, your grand champion Limousin female here at the Cattlemen's Congress, coming out of your final division here in our junior show. A big congratulations to L.A. Rossler with Boss Like Miss Molly 131 JET. Reserve in her division was exhibited by Bentley London.
I think the decision for reserve gets a little closer, but the heifer I like second best is the heifer right in front of me. She's going to be reserve grand. Congratulations.
And a big congratulations, your reserve champion Limousin female, coming out of that final division as well. A big congratulations to Bentley London with BNTL Java. For those of you sitting in the stands, let's put our hands together and thank our judge today, Mr. Gerald Callahan of Edmond, Oklahoma.